Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may well and truly serve, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on services, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana. Honorable members, item 3, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, the item numbered 8B, page 12, the chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture, I believe it should be Mr. Johnson Kweku Edu. The Johnson has not been captured accurately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Table office, please take note. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, pardon me, I have to take you back to page 13. The laying of the reports of Committee of Defense and Interior. I recall leaders sought the permission of the Speaker for the report to be rather laid by the Vice Chair, not the Chairman. But it's been captured being laid by the Chairman, Honorable Ken, on near Japan. It was rather laid by the Vice Chair, who is the Honorable Ophelia Hayford. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leader. Table office, please take note. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was present, but my name does not seem to appear here.
Thank you. Table. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 20. Honorable Member, are you on your feet? Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Honorable Member, are you on your feet? Okay. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at page 39, the Roman number XXXII, Miss Dorcas Toffee, the Dorcas has not been captured correctly. An R is certainly missing. So if it can be amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Table office, please take note. Page 40. And finally, page 41. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, please, page 41, item number 3I. The Honourable Minister responsible for national security. It should be, the DAPA should be DAPAAH, not DE, as has been captured here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, please take note. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting of the first meeting of the first session held yesterday, Wednesday, 24th March 2021, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, there is an urgent question for Minister for Education. And the question stands in the name of a member for North Tongue, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Abrakwa. If the minister is around, Honorable Okujeto Abrakwa, the floor is yours.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully rise to ask the Minister for Education whether the following publications: A, History of Ghana, Textbook 3, by Bedu Inkansa Publications, authored by Bedu Inkansa and Nelly Martinson Enim, and B, Golden English Basic 4, authored by Ochre Befi Alexander, both of which contain bigoted content and relate to the ethnic group, have come to the ministry's attention, and if so, whether the ministry granted approval for those publications, and what possible steps are being taken to purge our schools and bookshops from offensive, divisive, and incendiary of this nature.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister worked over the years to provide quality, relevant, and inclusive education for all Ghanaian children. The Ministry of Education works through its agencies to provide education that will help equip learners with the needed knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values to make them productive and competitive nationally and globally. The role of quality textbooks is crucial in achieving this goal. The Ministry is therefore mindful of the quality of textbooks that learners use in schools, hence the rigorous and robust process of assessment before books are approved. The National Council for Curriculum Assessment, NACA, is the agency responsible for approving teaching and learning materials for use in pre-tertiary schools. This includes, but not limited to, textbooks, supplementary materials, e-materials, and digital content, non-test materials such as manipulatives. The list of approved books can be accessed at www.nacca.gov.gh. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education's attention was drawn to 2 unapproved books on the market which contain bigoted content and relates to our ethnic group on the 14th of March 2021. These are the History of Ghana textbook 3 published by Bedu Nkansa Publications and authored by Bedu Nkansa and Nelly Martinson Enim. Golden English Basic 4 published by New Golden Publications and authored by Ochre Belfi Alexander. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education would like to state unequivocally that NACA has not approved these books for use in schools. On the 15th of March 2021, NACA issued a press release confirming the unapproved status of these books and asked the publishers to withdraw them from the market with immediate effect. It might interest the House to know that History of Ghana textbook 3 was submitted to NACA on the 12th of July 2020 to go through assessment and approval process. After the first phase of the process, the publisher was asked to do further work on the book based on the assessor's report. NACA did not hear from the publisher until the 8th of January 2021 when they resubmitted the book. Golden English Basic 4 was submitted for assessment on the 5th of March 2021. Assessment on this particular book is yet to begin. Mr. Speaker, below is an excerpt from the letter NACA wrote to Bedu Nkansa Publications on the status of their book, evidence of the submission made by the New Golden Publication. History of Ghana Book 3, published by Bedu Nkansa Publications. Submission. This book was submitted to NACA on 24 July 2020 by Gershon Azazu, a worker from Bedu Nkansa Publications, with a covering letter dated 23 July 2020 and signed by Regina Bedu Nkansa. Report. The first assessment report was issued to Bedu Nkansa Publications on 25 January 2020. The covering letter captioned pending approval requested the publisher to update the material for resubmission. The book was resubmitted on 8 January 2021 for verification. Remarks. NACA received a verification report on the status of the book from the external chief verifier on Friday, 19th March 2021. Mr. Speaker, the report from the chief verifier indicates that the content of the book has factual inaccuracies. In addition, pictorial representation do not largely depict respectable African and Ghanaian image. Neither do they correlate with the content of the book. Furthermore, it has language issues. The chief verifier therefore advised the publisher to use historical research reference materials to correct factual inaccuracies and improve upon the quality of the book. Golden English Basic 4, published by New Golden Publications. Submission. This book was submitted on 5th March 2021 by Muntali Salaman, a worker from New Golden Publications with a
forwarding letter dated 4th March 2021 and signed by Ochrebefi Alexander. Remarks: the book is yet to be assigned to assessors. Mr. Speaker, NACA has taken the following steps to purge schools of such unapproved books. On the 6th of March 2021, NACA issued a press statement cautioning head of institutions, publishers, and the general public against the use of unapproved textbooks. NACA has also informed stakeholders about imminent random visits to schools to check and withdraw unapproved books. With respect to the two unapproved books, NACA has written to the publishers asking them to withdraw these books and any other unapproved books that they may have on the market immediately. The publishers have been made to publish an unqualified apology in the media to the general public. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, the Ghana Book Development Council's bill, currently before Parliament, will give authority to the Council to enable them to sanction publishers who publish books without the necessary approvals. Mr. Speaker, we want to assure Ghanaians that the government and the Ministry of Education are very much committed to purging our schools, bookshops of all unapproved books to ensure that Ghanaian quality and relevant education that will promote mutual respect for all ethnic groups, peaceful coexistence among the various ethnic groups of Ghana, and also to ensure national development. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable, any further?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Honorable Minister for the response. My first supplementary question: the Honorable Minister informs this House that NACA has written to the publishers to withdraw the offensive publications, but the Honorable Minister does not indicate if there has been a follow-up by the Ministry to ensure that the directive has been complied with. Is the Honorable Minister able to tell this House if the Ministry and its agencies, NACA, GES, are following through with their directive to the publishers? Are they supervising the withdrawal of these books?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've been assured by NACA that they've given out the directive, and they are also sending out people to various bookshops to check. Because as you rightly know, that the Ministry of Education has not procured these books for distribution in our schools. So anything that they are doing is random checks in private schools, which is also supported by the National School Inspectorate Authority to make sure that these books are not in our private schools.
Mr. Speaker, my second supplementary question: it will appear that the Ministry is treating the publishers with kid gloves. What they have done is very, very grave. But for the general quality of the Ghanaian, the character of the Ghanaian, to be forgiving and to be conciliatory, this could have sparked something else. But the fact of the matter is that people felt really, really aggrieved. You saw the statement from the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. Our youth groups were up in arms. Many people are very, very offended. And indeed, not only members of the ethnic group, Ghanaians generally, even from other ethnic groups, are not happy at all. They are really livid by these two publications. And I don't know if the Honourable Minister has seen the books. I have copies here. The publishers put your stamp on the cover and they say, based on the new NACA syllabus, this is Golden History of Ghana, Book 6. If you take the Golden English Basic 4, your stamp, based on the new NACA syllabus. This one, History of Ghana, textbook 3, based on the new NACA syllabus, your stamp. So you have not granted them approval, but they are using your name to perpetrate this illegality. They are profiting from it. Shouldn't you be sanctioning these publishers? At least even banning them for some years? Are there going to be sanctions for what they have done, using your name, NACA's logo, illegally, and going on to they have not received final approval? Would there be sanctions? Can we expect the ministry to apply stiffer sanctions other than just asking them to apologize?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are all scandalized by what we saw in the publications, but we are a nation of laws. I wish I can just jump up and go to them and say, take the books away from here. You know, the Ghana Book Development Council bill that came before this House and which is supposed to be worked on has those provisions for action to be taken, for sanctions to be taken against publishers like this. Unfortunately, the NACA Act does not make provision for that. So in as much as we are scandalized and don't want to see such things happening, in terms of the legal framework within which NACA operates, unfortunately, they don't have the Book Development Council bill that is before this House is going to cure this inefficiency that I say is built into our opportunity to enforce. And once that is done, the sanctions are there clearly, and it will be applied accordingly. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Ministry of Education will not in any way, shape, or form condone anything that is expressly written in this book, and NACA consequently has not approved it, and the Book Development Council bill will give us the tools to do just what my honorable colleague has espoused.
Honorable Member, this is the final supplementary question.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. My final supplementary question is a double barrel. Can the Honorable Minister assure this House that the new standard-based curriculum is not of this? Because people are asking out there, how is it that you are seeing these publications suddenly, just when you developed a new curriculum? Are you able to assure us that that is not what is contained in the curriculum, which is causing authors or publishers to, as it were, take us on this perilous path, this path of perdition? And related to that is also the claim by heads and union leaders that since you did a new standard-based curriculum, it has not come with the appropriate textbooks, and so there's a vacuum, and that is why some of these publishers, they see an opportunity because of the vacuum to cash in, and so they are taking advantage based on your ministry's inability to produce new textbooks after you came up with a new curriculum. So a double-barreled question. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question about the new curriculum being the cause of the shoddy work done by publishers is, of course, no, an emphatic no. That cannot be the reason why anybody writes such a shoddy book and talk about things that they are not supposed to be talking about. So it's emphatic no. To your first question. In terms of textbooks that have not yet been procured, we are in the process of doing the procurement, and very soon the books will be distributed to our schools. But I'm glad that the books are not out yet and they are going to be out now. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure the House that the standard-based curriculum has nothing to do whatsoever with this issue that we are discussing, and that textbooks that have not been procured should not be the reason why private schools are resorting to textbooks that are not accurate on content and fact. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Let him give the opportunity to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer to the questions, he mentioned that the Ghana Book Development Bill is before the House for consideration. But as far as I know, there is no bill before this House. That was the last Parliament. I would like to find out from him how soon the bill will be relayed for consideration. And if the Minister of Education can forward a copy of the new curriculum to the Committee on Education for study to see if really the contents that we have in those books are not in the curriculum. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ranking is right. It was the last Parliament, so it will have to come back to this Parliament. But in terms of the curriculum, the Education Committee, of course, must have access to anything that we have. So I'll be more than happy to submit to you, Mr. Ranking Member, Honorable Ranking Member, the curriculum document that you have rightly requested for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, hold on. Your constituency, please.
Go West.
Who West? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to confirm or deny to this House that the ministry does not have power to withdraw any books from the shelves of a publisher. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I don't know, is it a statement or a question?
Mr. Speaker, he said he's bringing the legal framework to this House. As at now, it means the ministry does not have power to withdraw any published books from the shelf. That's what I want the minister to confirm. Thank you.
Minister, can you say something about it?
Mr. Speaker, I will neither confirm or deny. But all that I'm saying that the NACA Act not give them the authority to do what you're expecting them to do, that is to sanction. That's what I said. Sanction. But if NASIA visits a school and that school has unapproved textbooks, of course they can take it up themselves. But for Ministry of Education, when you ask me, the ministry has through our agencies, NASIA visits a school, they have unapproved tests, they have every authority to tell the school that they can't use that and that can be taken off themselves. So I was very specific in terms of the agencies and the work that they do, and not the ministry in its entirety. But our agencies have authorities to regulate schools and different aspects. But I was responding to NACA's authority and not NASIA's authority.
Yes, Honorable Leader, I presume that's the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, when should we expect government-sponsored, well-researched textbooks for the new curriculum?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I came to inherit a process that is ongoing, and I'm now settling that. So what I can assure my honorable colleague is that we'll act with speed, but with caution, to make sure the books that we are procuring are the right ones that we should procure, so that I'm not called back here by my honorable colleague to answer questions by, at that time, books that have been procured. So you can understand, whilst I'm cautious, but it will be done at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, should we expect this textbook being procured by government from the private sector, or government is going to commission a team to write in conformity with the curriculum that government has brought?
Mr. Speaker, many years ago, the culture and the history of publishing was that government commissioned experts. That's why you hear of F.K. Bois, you hear of Dubois. These were authorities. Distinguished images were linked up with the books that we're reading, and when you pick up the book, you have no doubt in your mind content. That was then. But now, we came to inherit a situation where private companies, in order to help them grow, took center stage into. And I know previous government have done the same where they procure from the private sector. But it's done by a committee of experts who ensure that the quality of the content is without doubt what is research proven and addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we are following what has been the precedent. Private publishers, but with rigorous and now very review by all, individuals whose credentials are without question in their various fields. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my last question. Honorable Minister, in view of the controversies and the circumstances surrounding textbooks and looking at the capacity of NACA, because as we speak, I don't blame you and I don't blame NACA itself. Will you consider, not just saying that we came to inherit this system, would you consider reverting back to the old system whereby, because content is of utmost importance so long as education is concerned, will you consider commissioning this committee of experts to set the standard so that the other private sectors will be towing in that direction going forward?
Mr. Speaker, a panel of experts who review the books, but my nature is that I'll consider suggestions from everyone. So anything that will make it better, I'll always consider. So of course, we have a panel of experts, and I'll take a look at the list. But I'll tell you, we want the best panel possible to evaluate all books at all times so that the content, the facts, will not be in doubt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, the minister had, as part of his answers, had said that the matter was brought to his notification, I think on the 14th of March, 2001. I'm interested in knowing the form in which the notification was brought to him and whether presently we have a mechanism existing in the ministry that enables the ministry to be able to scan the environment and detect such materials.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like most Ghanaians, I saw it on social media. But I'll tell you that one of the things that is going on is that NASIA has been resourced enough to inspect and be able to see that books that are being used by schools are up to the standards that we have set for them. And in fact, they are approved by NACA. So our best mechanism is through NASIA, the School Inspectorate Authority, that does the monitoring of both public and private schools. And that is our best way of ensuring that we don't have unapproved textbooks in any school, for that matter, in this particular instance, in our private schools. Thank you.
Honorable member, I think you've had your chance. You've had your chance, isn't it? No. Once the leaders have spoken, please. We have a lot to do today.
It's very important, Mr. Speaker, if you could allow me, please, indulge me, so that at least he speaks to this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, in the past, we saw the procedure where you had textbooks written under a project, like we had the JSP, Joint School Projects, and then also teachers, professional teachers of a particular subject area together to write a textbook, like under GAST, Ghana Association of Science Teachers, coming together to write physics, chemistry, and all that. These are professionals, and they ensure that they do a very good job. In the past, we have had no challenges. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us what has changed in this matter, where any publisher gets up and puts something together, even the editing, what has changed? Can Mr. Minister speak to it?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've alluded to that in my previous answer. And my answer was that there has been an evolution in the publishing industry. And the evolution is from government-driven initiative of empaneling a group of experts to write. And I cite an example of distinguished authors who have written great books in this country. And then the evolution came, so now when private sector involvement was appreciated, because it means we're developing the capacity of our publishing industry, because we have universities that offer courses in publishing. So with that evolution, what we came to inherit and has been around for some time is a situation where the private sector write the books, but government and panel experts then sit down and review the books to make sure that it meets the standards that have been set for book approval. And that is the regime that we are in. And that is why I alluded to earlier, that we need to ensure that we have experts who can do a better job to make sure that they do their gatekeeping functions very well. They are the gatekeepers. So you may write the book, but you can't get the book out of the door unless this panel of experts review and ensure that they are up to the standard that we have set for all publishers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I believe the Minister has done justice to the question that appears to be raging the minds of many Ghanaians. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House to respond to the question. Thank you so much. You are discharged. Honorable members, item number 5. The Right Honorable Speaker has admitted statement, and that statement stands the name of a member for North Town, Honorable Okujuto Abrakwa, on the appellant conflict between the rise of the child and school rules as highlighted by the current national debate that has been arisen due to the plight of 2 Rastafarian students denied admission into Achimota School. Honorable Member.
Speaker, I acknowledge that the statement has been admitted by your good self. I am coming on the strength of Order 53, seeking your kindness and your leave to vary the order of business and take item 21. When we are done with item 21, Speaker, again with your leave, then we can come back and take the statement.
Honorable leadership, is that the consensus?
The Speaker, that was the plan. The Honorable Ranking Member on Defense and Interior has already taken his turn in the vetting process ongoing, and they are waiting for the Honorable Okujato to go and take his. So I was going to agree with the government chief whip, but I want to plead with him. Once Agaga has time to be in the chamber throughout, because he already asked his questions at the then we just allow Honorable Kujato just to make the statement so that you restrict the contribution, then he can go and ask his question. I think that's the best way to go.
Speaker Nobu Ahmed, my good friend, we've often had agreement. What he's saying is reasonable, but I also want to appeal to him. This is the estimate of the Ministry of Defense and Interior. I equally agree that the statement is one that has generated a huge public interest and therefore is very, very important. Speaker, my good self, I'm a member of the appointment committee. I'm also waiting on my turn to ask my questions. So, with the greatest of respect to my good friend, the Honorable Ablakwa, let's just allow the minister to move the motion. It will not take too long. We've already agreed that there are only one or two contributors to the motion, and then we can come back and take the statement accordingly.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, I've been assured by the ranking member that they will not speak for too long. So we can take the defense budget, after which we'll go back to the statement.
Honorable members, item 7, page 10, motion 21. The minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2.1 million Ghana, 2,102,103,946 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending the 1st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move this statement, this motion for the activity that will cover for the activities of the Ministry of Defense under the Ministry of Defense headquarters, the general headquarters of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Army, the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Air Force, Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, GAFC, Military Academy and Training Schools, Kofi Annan International Training Center, Veterans Association, 37 Military Hospital and Defense Advisors, and any other activities that the Ministry of Defense intends to take within the year. Mr. Speaker, this budget for me will play continues to play a very big role in satisfying the activities that the Ministry of Defense intends to take over the year. And as you browse through the report that will be presented by the chair, you would come across areas that talk about debt. Essentially, it arose because the government decided in the fight against terrorism to empower the Ministry of Defense to set up operating bases. Forward operating bases are military bases that our troops will move to stay other than their usual barracks that they will stay. So in the north, for example, we used to have just one main barracks in Tamale, or sited in Tamale. But we have since established other regiments in Wa and Boagatanga, which are mechanized brigades. We'll build them gradually to become mechanized brigades, which will contain a little over 800 soldiers. But we intend to build, or we have initiated the process to build, and we've started acquiring or procuring the materials. That's why the debt came in the supplementary budget of 2020, to be able to secure the northern part of our country by building 13 operating bases and 12 logistics centers spread across the entire north. This budget will automatically continue with that process to do that. Also, in the coastal belt, to be able to protect our exclusive economic zone, which is the area of the sea, which is 3/4 of the landmass of Ghana, we are putting up
a forward operating base for the Navy at Nzolezu in the Jomoro district of the Western region. It's about 10 to 15% complete now. The contractors are on site, they're currently working, and if any member is within that area, he can pass there to look at it. This budget will also help to continue to put that process in place. And there are several activities that the ministry will do, including re-equipping the armed forces, re-equipping the Air Force, re-equipping the Navy, and re-equipping the Army because of contemporary threats and the fact that all our neighbors are re-equipping their armed forces. The threats that we have today are real. The threats that we have today are big threats, bigger than we have seen before. And what is happening in northern part of our neighboring countries will attest to the fact why we need to invest more in protecting ourselves. So I call on members to support this motion, to approve this amount for the Ministry of Defense to continue to do that. It may not be enough, and obviously it's just a drop in the ocean. And I'm sure as the chairman will read the motion, you see that it's just a little drop in the ocean from what the ministry really needs to be able to protect all of us in the year 2020. But we'll do with what we have until maybe later part of the year when we'll surely be coming back to this house to ask for more. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I want to plead with your good office to let the Hansard captured be fully read whilst I read the introduction and the recommendations, so that other members will have time to deliberate on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, 12 March 2021, the budget statement of the economic policy of the government for the 2021 fiscal year was presented to Parliament by the Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Osei Kyei-Mensah-Bonsu, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution. In furtherance of Orders 144 and 158 of the Standing Orders of the House, the Right Honourable Speaker referred the 2021 budget estimates of the Ministry of Defence to the Committee on Defence and Interior for consideration and report. Deliberation, the Honourable Minister of Defence, Mr. Dominic Nitu, the Chief Director, Dr. Evans Chikum, senior officers of the Military High Command, as well as officials of the Ministries of Defence and Finance, met with the committee on Monday, 22nd March 2021 to consider the estimates for 2021 fiscal year. The committee is grateful to the Honourable Minister and all the officials for their support. Reference documents. The committee had recourse to the following documents during the deliberations: A. 1992 Constitution, the Standing Orders of Parliament, the Budget Statement and Economic Policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2020 fiscal year, the Budget Statement and Economic Policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2021 fiscal year, and the draft annual estimates of the Ministry of Defence for the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, the committee.
Honourable Member,
recommend.
May you skip all those and go to the recommendation?
Yeah, that's where I am now. Recommendations and conclusions. The committee recognizes the challenges the Ministry of Defence grappled with during the 2020 financial year, especially the expenses of the defence advisors, and recommends to the Ministry of Finance to separate the expenditure budget of the defence advisor from the entire budget of the Ministry of Defence. The committee also recognized the critical requirements of the ministry regarding the expansion of the 37 military hospital, construction of the Tamale military hospital, and the procurement of parachutes and parachutes, and recommends to the Ministry of Finance to and services expenditure item allocated to the ministry. The committee has critically examined the budget estimates of the Ministry of Defense for the 2021 financial year and is of the view that this inadequate budgetary allocation to the ministry would adversely affect the operations and performance of the ministry. The committee accordingly entreats the House to urge the government to initiate steps to address the huge shortfalls. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to approve the sum of 2,102,103,946 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the 2021 financial year, respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Koliklote.
Thank you, Right Honourable. I rise to support the motion that this House approve the sum of 2,102,103,946 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defence for the 2021 financial year. In so doing, I'd like to make a few comments, starting with the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces are key to the security of our nation and key to defending our territorial integrity, whether by air, sea, or by land. Currently, Ghana finds itself in the sub-region where there's a lot of concern with regards to violent extremism. We know the situation, which is very dire in terms of security in Burkina Faso, which is threatening our borders. We also appreciate the fact that because a lot of these countries where the conflict is currently existing, they are landlocked, Ghana remains a prime target. And therefore, for the ministry to not provide the Ministry of Defense with the necessary financial support that it needs to equip our Ghana Armed Forces is to have them under-resourced and incapable of fully satisfying their constitutional mandates to protect this country. Mr. Speaker, one thing that is quite clear is that the 48th Engineering Regiment is a very capable one, and as the President has declared 2021, it would be encouraging to see that they have been included as part of those to receive contracts for road construction so that they may, so doing, retain some IGF that can be used for some of the projects that the Ministry of Finance seems to be struggling to release funds for. Mr. Speaker, to give credit to the ministry, compensation is generally paid in full, but to adequately pay our security personnel their full salaries and to under-resource them is not only a drain on our resources as a nation, but it also does not support the morale of the men and women who have put their lives on the line for this country. Mr. Speaker, in referring to the 37 military hospital, it has now become a perennial pain in the neck. As every year at the committee, we talk about the needs of the hospital, which is our national disaster and emergency hospital, and is also a UN Ops Level 4 hospital for the sub-region, none of which it satisfies fully because it is under-resourced and in dire need of an upgrade. Mr. Speaker, currently the IGF of the military hospital is used to service the bills of the entitled personnel, which means there's no money left for any other requirements that the hospital has. And constantly resources are being diverted other ways. Mr. Speaker, the security situation in the sub-region is so severe, and I think perhaps at some point the Ministry of Finance needs to appreciate the fact that in other countries where their security is so compromised, it doesn't matter how much money they have or how many sectors they provide money to. Nothing can operate if we don't have that sense of security, and that is what the Ghana Armed Forces hopes to provide if they are better resourced. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the construction of the forward operating bases, it is hoped that the Finance Ministry will make the necessary financial allocations available to the Ghana Armed Forces to ensure that our men and women who are protecting our territory, who are ensuring that our borders are secure in collaboration with the Immigration Service, can actually satisfy fully the requirements that we place upon them. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the increase in the number of officers that are being trained, whether in the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College or in Kofi Annan, or in the military academy as well. Mr. Speaker, as we increase the number of recruitments, we must also look at an increase in the infrastructure available for the Ghana Armed Forces Staff and Command and Staff College, as well as the directing staff. Because otherwise what happens is that too much pressure is put on the few staff and the resources that are there, and the GAFC, which is the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, is having to run more courses than they're meant to per year. So as we look at the budget and the allocation to this ministry, we must bear in mind that as we increase recruitments, we must also look ahead and not find ourselves constantly on the back foot of providing the accommodation as well as the infrastructure for equipment and training our staff. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government did manage to pass the regulation LI 1332 on the prolongation of service of our personnel. However, Mr. Speaker, to extend the service, the number of years that our men and women serve without ensuring that their welfare is a lot more improved is only to make it more difficult for them to reintegrate into civil society once they retire. So once this has been passed, I think the next step, welfare of our men and women in uniform, is taken as a priority to ensure that their morale is high enough so they can defend this country with their lives as they've sworn to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I may take one contribution from each side and conclude the debate. Honorable Member for Infansimine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion.
Hold on, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, that's not your seat. Per the directive of the Right Honorable Speaker, you should speak from your seat. So respectfully, do that for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor, and I would like to take it up from the angle of the health sector. Mr. Speaker, in the budget of the defense, they seek to sort funds to upgrade the 37 military hospitals and other medical facilities in the country, including the Tamale Hospital. Mr. Speaker, the 37 military hospital is the second largest medical facility in the Greater Accra and the third largest in the country. Mr. Speaker, this facility serves not only the military, but the civilian population as well. Mr. Speaker, the facility when upgraded and re-equipped, will also foster the President's Agenda 111, which aims to promote medical tourism in the country. It will also go a long way to generate income, revenue, to support the government's budget. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Hospital, when upgraded, will also serve the northern part of the country, as well as the Middle Belt, which will also go a long way to help in the Agenda 111. Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, in this estimate, the defense also seeks to build the capacity of the military and also the people within the country by upgrading the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Center, the Ghana Armed Forces Staff and Command College, and the Military Academy. Mr. Speaker, that these facilities do not serve only the military, but the civilian populace and the nation, Mr. Speaker, even our neighboring country, including members of parliament.
Yes.
It will therefore be prudent for us all to support this budget to enable them to upgrade these facilities. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I will therefore entreat all to support to enable us undertake up this, to enable the Defense Ministry to undertake up this project to the benefit of all Ghanaians. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Hold on. Your name and your constituency.
My name, Honorable Ibrahim Abawa Muhammad, Executive Master.
Honorable, go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the motion that an amount of 2,102,103,946 Ghana cedis be approved for the service of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2021. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting, we observed that the ministry lacked a lot of resources to be able to carry out its programs. Notable among them was that we found out that from their goods and services budget, almost about 80% is spent on defense advisors who are attached to our missions abroad. And it also came to light that the number of defense advisors had been increased from 5 to 14, thereby putting pressure on the goods and services budget of the ministry. So if a ministry could use about 80% of its goods and services budget for the service of the defense advisors, it is virtually left with nothing to carry on with the rest of the programs of the ministry. Because in looking at it, the ministry projected about 36,800 Ghana cedis, but the Ministry of Finance gave a seal of just 1,761,692 Ghana cedis, which is woefully inadequate. I would therefore urge the Ministry of Finance to find a way of supporting the ministry to cater for the services of these defense advisors attached to our missions. Mr. Speaker, looking at the enormity of the challenges that faces the ministry, as has been elaborated by the earlier presenters, I will only urge members of this House to all of us support the motion and then to support the ministry and approve the budget of 2,102,106 Ghana cedis for the service of the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable, you want to speak to it? I gave each side one opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, we have to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for the effective and major role they played by assisting with the distribution of resources during the pandemic restriction period. It is also refreshing to note, Mr. Speaker, that the government and its partners during the COVID-19 era managed to complete a naval command center to facilitate training and capacity enhancement for our officers and men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, to maintain the high morale in the Ghana Armed Forces, we will all need to encourage the government to positively inject funds into projects like the Barracks Regeneration Project and the CDS building at Burma Camp, as we have witnessed in the past 4 years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is very well respected and noted for its standing with peace support operations with missions. I wish to urge the Ministry of Finance to take a critical assessment of the wet lease model as a business opportunity akin to some bilateral partners to ensure a strong reserve base to our officers. We therefore require extra support for our goods and services. Without the Ghana Armed Forces, the country would have serious administrative gaps. Mr. Speaker, I wish to encourage our government to increase the capital expenditure of the Ghana Armed Forces for 2021 to adequately support and allow the Ghana Navy to push away all the threats in our maritime territory. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in 2020, the Gulf of Guinea was reported to be the most dangerous maritime zone due to the activities of pirates. Imposes direct costs on humanitarian assistance and hurts the maritime economic activities. Mr. Speaker, it is reported that annually the damage of piracy is estimated to be between 6.6 and 6.9 billion annually, with commercial fraud, delay of cargo, and in most cases, loss of cargo. Mr. Speaker, with Ghana being a coastal country, where some inland depend on our ports for their cargo, with the location and security of our oil rigs, considering the implications of piracy in our maritime territory on international trade, it is in our interest to adequately retool and equip the Navy to be able to fight this menace. So with these words, Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support, to approve an amount of 2,102,103,946 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Defense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. This House has accordingly approved the sum of 2,102,103,946 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honorable Leader.
Speaker, as accordingly agreed before, we can now take the statement from the honorable member as agreed.
Honorable Member for Northton, you can now take the floor.
Exceedingly grateful to you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on an important matter of considerable national interest. Mr. Speaker, a vigorous national debate is raging outside the confines of this hallowed chamber, following the decision of management of Achimota School to deny two Rastafarian students wearing dreadlocks admission unless they are willing to cut their hair and conform to the school's rules. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that the insistence of the school's management continues despite the two students, Tyrone Magai and Ohineba Kweku Nkrabia, having qualified for admission under the computerized school selection and placement system, and despite an earlier directive from the Ghana Education Service instructing that the students be admitted. Mr. Speaker, the controversy has not been short on drama and extreme passionate positions by various actors, as matters appear to have reached fever pitch. The apparent vacillation by the GES, which suggests that it lacks a definite stance on the has further muddied the already turbulent waters. Adding to the intricacies is what many consider the hardline position of the National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, which has not gone down well, Mr. Speaker, with many sections of society. Before I proceed further, I shall like to humbly appeal to all parties to calm tempers. All the key actors must beat their swords into plowshares and be willing to find an amicable resolution of the matter. For where there is a will, there is a way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has been both a student leader, president of the National Union of Ghana Students, before that, press secretary of the University of Ghana Students Representative Council, and much earlier, trustee of the Greater Accra Regional Students Representative Council, secondary school days, and therefore for many years advocated for the rights and welfare of fellow students. And as one who later became a policy formulator and implementer as Deputy Minister for Education, I dare to share what I respectfully consider to be an objective perspective on the matter, with a view to attempting some recommendations on the way forward. Right Honourable Speaker, to my mind, this seems to be a conflict between fundamental human rights and what defines our notion of discipline in schools. Article 17(2) of the 1992 Constitution is unambiguous. A person shall not be discriminated against on grounds of gender, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, or social or economic status. Article 21(1)(c) further provides, all persons shall have the right to freedom to practice any religion and to manifest such practice. Mr. Speaker, Article 28(4) is emphatic. No child shall be deprived by any other person of medical treatment, education, or any other social or economic benefit by reason only of or other beliefs. These constitutional imperatives, together with our enviable status as the first country in the world to ratify the Treaty on the Convention of the Rights of the Child on 5 February 1990, imposed an obligation on all of us to be circumspect in fashioning out policies, rules, and guidelines that, if proper care is not taken, could undermine or be injurious to the well-being and the rights of the child. Mr. Speaker, it is also tried knowledge that various educational institutions at all levels strive to maintain discipline, a code of conduct, school rules, or general do's and don'ts to regulate the school environment. Without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, the absence of some level of rules and regulations may lead to anarchy, which could impede smooth academic work. Let us be honest, even in the broader society, the essence of law is fundamentally to prevent anarchy and the nastiness and brutishness of man, as Thomas Hobbes will put it. It is in that same regard that various institutions, including non-academic institutions such as this Parliament, has rules contained in our standing orders which regulate our conduct and outlook in many respects. That acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, the question therefore must be, how do we formulate rules in such a way that they are not inconsistent with our Constitution? How do we ensure that school rules do not rather become counterproductive by stoking the embers of discrimination, prejudice, and hate? How do we ensure that school rules respect minority rights and that marginalization is not further entrenched by the unwitting codification of majority rights? How do we ensure that different sets of rules do not apply to persons from varying backgrounds or races, considering the evidence emerging that in some schools, their rules on maintaining short hair does not appear to apply to foreign students who are allowed to keep long, free-flowing hair? How do we ensure that school rules respond to modern enlightenment? In addition, Mr. Speaker, we also need to carry out a sincere reflection on our notion of or understanding of discipline. How does a mere hairstyle affect discipline or militate against discipline? What really is a concern about dreadlocks by African students, and yet there seems to be no worries about long, free-flowing Caucasian hair? Why is it that we do not take issue when our teenage female students wear wigs, but we immediately get alarmed if they decide to wear dreadlocks or treat their natural hair in any form or shape they please? If I may ask, how does your hairstyle determine the content of your character? Mr. Speaker, be more honest to admit that though the current debate has been triggered by the plight of the two Rastafarian students, other minorities such as Muslims, traditionalists, and atheists have faced and continue to grapple with severe discrimination in our school system. Mr. Speaker, the current debate should afford us the opportunity to carry out sweeping reforms. When one observes the Ghanaian education landscape, there is clearly a kaleidoscope of varying rules from private to public schools. Like many, I am yet to come across any convincing research that pupils in more liberal private school environments grow up to be less useful to society when compared with their counterparts in so-called stricter public school environment. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that as one of two deputy ministers to Professor Nana Jenopoko-Agyeman, we fought against the rules or practice in many public schools where pregnant girls were dismissed and prevented from writing their final examinations. We also sought urgent reforms in the colleges of education after the passage of the Colleges of Education Act 2012, Act 847, which made them fully fledged tertiary institutions and insisted that compulsory rules on wearing uniforms and dismissing pregnant students must no longer be countenanced. Mr. Speaker, in many other jurisdictions, far-reaching reforms have taken place about school rules so as to build a fairer, just, and equitable society. Let us not, through school rules, introduce an apartheid regime, albeit via the back door. This is the reason I will condemn statements to the effect that Rastafarians should build their own schools. As a non-Presbyterian who was admitted to Presec, I am absolutely offended by such reckless statements. As I have noted earlier, Mr. Speaker, we need to rethink our concept of discipline in our schools. Getting pupils and students to appreciate diversity and the beauty of different backgrounds, beliefs, and creeds does not undermine discipline by any stretch of imagination. Tolerance and accepting unique identities at that age cannot be inimical in any educational system. It is rather an awesome positive quality to imbibe in our children. In any case, Mr. Speaker, don't our children see the people we are refusing to admit all around them in the real life and in their reading materials? We must quickly fix this mess and get away from the distraction. The two students and all minority students facing blatant discrimination must be admitted immediately in the interest of their supreme welfare, as the Children's Act, Act 560, demands. The real threat, Mr. Speaker, to discipline, edification, and progress in our schools are not Rastafarians. The real threats are bigoted incendiary textbooks, outmoded curriculum, poor teacher motivation, lack of investment in quality and access, poor attempts at embracing blended learning, STEM, and artificial intelligence, and the current erratic double-track system. I believe these are the major issues we should be focused in addressing and not preventing Rastafarians from getting admitted. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, I am not opposed to all school rules and traditions. I am opposed to those that are patently discriminatory and backward. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for this House and the Ministry of Education to set minimum standards and clear parameters consistent with our laws on what constitute acceptable rules in our schools. The current chaotic ecosystem cannot be allowed to prevail. We should be guided by the remarkable vision of Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah in building national cohesion and cementing bonds of coexistence by the boarding school policy he championed. My fear is that if we do not pay due regard, Mr. Speaker, to the current deterioration, all those gains which have spurred Ghana ethnic conflict and identity tensions shall be eroded. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very useful statement, which has to do with the present circumstances surrounding an individual person who has a Rasta hair seeking entry into the Achimota Senior High. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has traveled far. Our democracy, our forbearance, our determination to be Ghanaian and allow for free choice, free religion has taken place at a very high level. It is a big question for us to answer when the Achimota Senior High is refusing entry of this individual who qualified and got 6 ones to be able to enter and pursue his ambition. Mr. Speaker, the issue of dreadlock is not a new one at all. We remember in the 1930s, this very singular individual from Jamaica, Marcus Garvey, who campaigned a lot to free the Africans from the mentality held by the Americans in holding the African, the black person, in a second regard. He campaigned and said they needed to go back to Africa, and he preached the need for them to wear their original hair, which is the dreadlock. Mr. Speaker, we also noticed that in the Bible, Samson carried the dreadlock. And indeed, Bob Marley in recent times in the 70s carried the dreadlock. And this culminated into a general perception that carrying a dreadlock is a message we send to the individual watching the person carrying it. But eventually, Mr. Speaker, it became an issue of religion. A belief in people that when you carry the dreadlock, you carry your whole system into the spirituality. And so, once it has transcended into being a lifestyle of no religious value to one of religious value, it must be understood as such. And I ran along with the maker of the statement, that we have come a long way in Ghana to allow or to disallow this idea of carrying the dreadlock in our schools. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we should come to the point when we really live our dream. The dream in today's Ghana from 1992, reflecting the constitution of our republic, is that people should be allowed to reflect their being, whether religiously, spiritually, physically, in any form that does not contradict the values of our constitution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe very strongly that we will be doing a lot of harm to the individual and to all those people who will be carrying their religious beliefs into entering our schools. We must forbear them. We must come to understand that it's part of our lives. We must agree that Achimota alone cannot carry that belief into the system and refuse to allow such a person into the school. And that Achimota represents the very cardinal point of our educational institutions, that it is one of the first in Ghana recognized as providing education to the people of Ghana. And so they must remember that their rules cannot contradict the rules of the Constitution and allow the gentleman to enter. And that all other schools must also allow such gentlemen who carry dreadlocks into their schools, because it reflects the cordiality that we want to bring into the educational forum. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Parliament bringing out a voice and asking that the Constitution be respected must send a signal to them. And I thank you very much for the opportunity. And I urge my friends who are contributing to recognize the need to urge the educational authorities and especially Achimota Secondary School to allow the young person into the school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable member for Kwesimintin.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this important issue. And I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this matter up to this August House. Right, Honorable Speaker, the maker of the statement cites very important constitutional provisions, which rightly guarantees children the right to education, and also the issue of discrimination against children and against people on the basis of gender, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, and other social and economic status. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue must be looked at from different perspectives. Rightly, the Constitution guarantees children and guarantees everybody the right to education. But there are certain conditions within which these rights should be exercised. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that, for example, children's liberty are curtailed, liberty or right to movement are curtailed within the context of boarding house system. Article 14(1) specifies the conditions under which liberty of children or the right to education can be curtailed. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you can permit me, I want to read 14(1)(e), Article 14(1)(e). 14(1) says, every person shall be entitled to personal liberty, and no person shall be deprived of his personal liberty except in the following cases and in accordance with procedure permitted by law. E says, for the purpose of education or welfare of a person who has not attained the age of 18 years. Right, Honorable Speaker, so it's clear that the people have rights, children have right to education, but these rights and liberty are exercised within the confines of the law, and particularly in respect of education. We have curtailed the liberty of children from going out of their movement, their freedom of movement, because of this imperative. Children are required to wear a certain dress because of this imperative. Mr. Speaker, rules and regulations are created for order presentation and to ensure that people live within a certain norm. So in this House, Mr. Speaker, there are standing orders and rules and regulations that specify even how we should dress. Yesterday, I saw a colleague who had a tie with no suit, and he was asked to go and dress properly, or dress parliamentary, in a parliamentary manner, which then, if we want to stress the argument of the maker to the extent that how does your hairstyle determine the content of your character, one would ask, how does your dressing in parliament determine the content of your character? It is for the purpose of ensuring that there are certain norms that are followed in the house. And the schools, people from all backgrounds come to the school, and for the purpose of discipline, the schools set regulations. And so there's a clash between the right of the child and then also the right by our Constitution in respect of education. And Mr. Speaker, I think this will be an important test if our court can provide a definitive position on this, because the schools themselves are also operating or operationalizing their rules and regulations under the expectations and imperatives of the Constitution. The Ghana Education Service has clearly espoused certain rules and regulations for which the schools are pursuing. And the parents have also raised concerns that the children are being discriminated against on the basis of beliefs. Right, Honorable Speaker, if we were to go along that tangent, next year you will see a number of people also coming with different forms of dressing, also under the guise of their religious beliefs and religious expectations. So I think that the position of the school should be looked at within the confines context of Article 14(1)(e), and then also the right of the child also, which Act 560 also talks about, needs also to be looked at. So there's a clash clearly between the right of the child under the Enabling Children's Act and also under Act 14(1)(e), which requires that the children of less than 18 years should their right of liberty be curtailed under certain conditions. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this motion. Thank you.
Honorable Jameson Agago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother, the Honorable Sampukujeto Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has touched on very important constitutional matters before this august House. Mr. Speaker, first of all, he has alluded to Article 17 of the Constitution, which talks about non-discrimination on the basis of one's creed, one's religion, etc., etc. Then he further takes us to Article 24(4), which is very explicit on the matter which informed his decision to make this all-important statement. Mr. Speaker, and 24(4) clearly states, and with your kind permission, no child shall be deprived by any other person of medical treatment, education, or other social or economic. No, sorry, that is the wrong provision. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the provision is 28(4), and it reads as follows: no child shall be deprived by any other person of medical treatment, education, or any other social or economic benefit by reason only of religious or other beliefs, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have been following the debate that has ensued in the wake of the decision taken by the Achimota School in the face of a clear directive by the Ghana Education Service. Mr. Speaker, the earlier directive of the Ghana Education Service was that a decision by the Achimota School authorities not to admit students on the basis of the fact that they are Rastafarians was wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is Rastafarianism? Rastafarianism is a religion with many followers across the African continent and other continents, including the Americas and even Europe in recent times. Some of the basic underpinnings of the Rastafarian faith is that the late Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. That is the religious belief of the Rastafarian community. As a country, Mr. Speaker, we must be tolerant of the religious beliefs of those who subscribe to that faith. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the tenets of that faith is the wearing of locks. And so, if Achimota School and its authorities denied, and that is the case, the students in question admission on the basis of the wearing of locks against Article 17 and 24(4) of our Constitution. The matter is as simple as that. And so, Mr. Speaker, the question to ask is, now that this statement has been read before this House, it has been admitted, what should be the attitude of the House? Fortunately, the Minister for the Education is here with us. The reversal of the earlier decision by the Ghana Education Service itself, Mr. Speaker, was completely misplaced. And so now that we are seized with the matter, I would urge, Mr. Speaker, not to allow the statement to pass without making a directive to ensure that the proper thing is done. Mr. Speaker, I have read on social media some attempts by the PTA chairman of Achimota School to distinguish between the treatment they have meted out to the students who have been denied admission into that school and Caucasian students who are allowed to wear long hair and attend the same school. The lame excuse the PTA chairman gives for the, Mr. Speaker, discriminatory treatment of our own Ghanaian students is that the Caucasians attend the school for a limited duration, that they come on exchange programs for a very short period of time and go back. Mr. Speaker, the same PTA chairman also says in the report on Ghana Web that occasionally on medical grounds, some students are allowed to wear long hair. So clearly what the PTA chairman does is to concede, like the Articles 24(8) says, that on medical grounds, if you discriminate a student against his right to education, you sin against the Constitution. He is canvassing that as justification why some students, category of students, should be allowed to wear their long hair, but completely sweeps under the carpet the religious aspect, the religious dimension to the enjoyment or exploitation of that right. Mr. Speaker, therein lies the problem. And so I want to urge that, Mr. Speaker, this House gives a clear directive, or we direct the Minister for the Education to investigate the matter, establish all the facts, and take appropriate action to ensure that the rights of those students, which clearly has been violated, like I have demonstrated, is respected. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Let me give the opportunity to the lady. Is it Battles?
Yes, please.
Ablekuma
North.
North, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to voice to the discussion on the Rastafarian child that was refused admission to Achimota School. And I speak also as an old student of Achimota School and a beneficiary of the ideals and values that Achimota School holds. I believe that when the student got admission to this school, he had already looked at this school and determined that it is a school that will help him to achieve his goals in life. That is because Achimota School, since its establishment in 1957, has been known as one of the best schools in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Achimota School, which we fondly call Motown, is a school that teaches educational curriculum just like at home we learn our family values. Each school has what is important to them, and this is prescribed in our code of conduct. I believe that an institution like Achimota School has educational leaders
or those who are responsible for the students at a time when they are just about turning teenagers or they have just become teenagers. And as parents, we know that it is very difficult to manage teenagers. Most of us who stayed home during the COVID era with our children, in fact, it got to a time when we wanted them to go back to school. So the environment of secondary school is different from the home environment, and we must allow rules and regulations to work. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we are in an evolving society. There are so many things that were relevant in 1957 which are no more relevant today. There are so many things, especially in the area of technology, that has advanced the way we do things. Mr. Speaker, secondary school is a place where we learn a lot. In fact, we all know that education is meant to change us for our own good and also for the good of others and society. Now, in our school regulations, I will quote a song that is relevant to Achimota School, a song that we sing, which is from Gambaga to Accra. In a line of this song, it says that so to subjugate ourselves that we may rule. It means that we bring ourselves under domination or control of the school regulations so that we can become leaders. Because as we all understand, a good leader is one who learns how to serve. Mr. Speaker, Achimota teaches us leadership by service. And that is the reason why most of us, when we were interested in joining this school, we agreed to subject ourselves to the code of conduct of Achimota School. However, with this issue about a young man who performed excellently in school, and for that reason wanted to be admitted into the school, but has been refused entry, has brought a lot of debate. Even my school is split. Many Accras have discussed this on various platforms, and one of my mates said to me when I asked him, "What do you think?" His name is Richard Papo, and I quote Richard Papo, "Accras are split. The nation is split. It appears even the law is split. Maybe we need the law courts to help determine what works best for Ghana." Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as I agree that the code of conduct of every school is important, it is also important that we do not turn our schools into places of robotic learning. Mr. Speaker, as the world evolves, it is important that we must create synergy between the school and the home. A lot of times, the values we hold at school does not gel with the values that we hold at home. But then when we are at home, we have the control to teach our children what is important to us. But at school, we must allow the school environment to teach what is also the values that the school holds. Now the question is whether the values of the school are negotiable or non-negotiable. If a child comes to school and he has to spend a lot of hours there treating the hair, using chemicals that he has to store, and also spending a lot of time he could be using to learn to treat his hair, will this take away from the time that the boy needs to learn? Our rule says that it must be low the hair must be kept low, simple, and natural. Now the question is whether this affects the boy's ability to learn or not. Mr. Speaker, just as the nation is split, I hold the opinion that this conversation must be looked at again by the Ghana Education Service. It is not a straightforward answer, because as a country, we must move forward. And the opinions are divided, and rightly so. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Ministry of Education and all other relevant bodies to come together and look at the Code of Conduct for public schools again. Because we must not be ruled by fear, Mr. Speaker. We must not feel that we are losing control because we are allowing certain new things to come in. Mr. Speaker, let us start this conversation without bias, because our children need to feel confident. My daughter, who has benefited from the free SHS that His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo brought into Ghana, she's currently in her second year. She kept her hair long and beautiful until she had to cut her hair when she went to SHS 1. I saw her confidence go down because she didn't like the way she looked. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation that we must have. And if it is possible, can we make sure that the children have an opportunity to keep their hair instead of imposing the rule of keeping their hair short? Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let us remember we are different as people. We may not all look the same, we may not all talk the same, and people may not look like us or worship like us. We must decide that in our diversity, we have our uniqueness. We must not encourage conformity, because that is what brings us the value that we have as a people in the development of our country. We must also recognize the tough job of educationists and remember that in as much as we support all the rules and regulations of schools, we must make our children also comfortable learning in the environment of excellence, such as what Achimota School provides to our children. So to end, Mr. Speaker, Achimota School teaches us that we are brothers and our mother is the school. She will guide us all and each, so to learn that we may teach, and to subjugate ourselves that we may rule. If you look at our logo, which is a piano, it has black and white, and it means that all.
Honorable member.
Thank you,
Please wind up.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have so many things to do today. Let him give the opportunity to leaders. Mr. Speaker, I'll come to you. Let me give it to.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement by the Member for Parliament for North Tongue, and congratulating making such an important statement. Right Honorable Speaker, the question we should ask ourselves is, are we more interested as a country about the knowledge we impart into young men and women who will form the next generation of leaders? Or are we interested in what they carry on their hair? Mr. Speaker, is there any scientific proof to show that carrying your hair low is correspondent with being a responsible citizen? Mr. Speaker, being a Rastafarian and listening to one of the students in question, it is shocking that any school would want to deprive such an intelligent young man the opportunity to further his education? Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 17(2) is clear that nobody shall be discriminated on any grounds. Why is he carrying dreadlocks? Is it a fashion statement or is it as a result of a religious belief? Our understanding is that it's as a result of a religious belief. Are we then going to say that the rules and regulations of Achimota School supersede the 1992 Constitution? We cannot accept this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that in this chamber, there are several members of Parliament who, but for the kind of reaction we are seeing today to this student, would have loved to come to this chamber in dreadlocks. Because I believe that even the majority leader and leader of government business is a Rastafari inside of him. But God has taken away his dreadlocks. But for that, he could possibly have been a Rastaman. Because who is a Rastaman? A Rastaman is someone who believes in the equality of all men. A Rastaman is someone who believes in nature. And so at the end of the day, if this is the basis of Rastafarianism, except the majority leader doesn't believe in the equality of all men, I do not understand why.
Honourable member, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let my honourable friend who is on his feet have better examples and not draw me into this. Mr. Speaker, we all believe in nature. We all believe in nature. But not all of us believe in Rastafarianism. So the fact that it is at the heart of whatever it is, because you don't know the full complement of what Rastafarianism stands for. You don't, and don't pretend you know. So don't draw us into it. You are making your own argument. Restrict yourself to what you know. Don't draw other people into it, especially when you are not in control of the full facts relating to Rastafarianism. You are not.
If you want us to debate the full facts and merits of Rastafarianism, we'll go into that. But for me, the point I seek to make here, which is very simple, is the gentleman is carrying dreadlocks not as a fashion statement. Yes, that is a fact that has been made. He has ascribed to the Rastafarian religion. And so carrying dreadlocks cannot be seen as a reason why a child should be deprived an education in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is this kind of discrimination, and I call it discrimination because the same Achimota School has Caucasians, white girls, carrying long hair, which is against the rules and regulations of Achimota School. So we need to ask ourselves, is it because this young man is a Ghanaian whose father or mother may not be a somebody in our society? Is that why he's being treated that way? Whilst in that same school, you have foreign students, you have non-Ghanaians, Caucasians, also carrying long hair in the same school. So where was Achimota's rules and regulations when the foreign students were allowed to carry long hair? The headmistress who is imposing that rule herself is wearing an artificial wig. But we think that it is wrong for someone to carry dreadlocks. So, Mr. Speaker, it must ignite a new debate, a larger debate in this country. We are stuck in our colonial thinking and mentality. That is why you still have, respectfully, our judges of the Supreme Court and lawyers having to appear wearing horse wigs, which are a relic of the colonial past. That is why today, Mr. Speaker, you will hardly see a Speaker of Parliament, except on a ceremonial, sit in that chair without wearing a suit and a tie, and not wear any of our African fugus or African dresses or Ghanaian dresses. We need to expand this conversation, but I believe that it's good that the education minister is here. Mr. Speaker, we will have a definitive directive or ruling on this matter, because this boy or these boys are students, they are citizens. We must respect Article 17(2) and also respect Article 21 of the Constitution, and make the distinction, Mr. Speaker, that these students' right to a fair education must be respected by Chimota School. I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Majority leadership.
Speaker, I would rather yield to the sector minister, the Minister for Education.
Leader, you can yield to somebody else. I will allow the sector minister to conclude.
Okay, then I would rather yield to my deputy, the Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think this is a very serious and a very delicate issue, considering the fact that it involves parents, it involves the students. The Constitution has made it clear, as Honorable rightly said, in Article 17(2), in Article 28(4), and in Article 21(1). But considering the fact that everybody have the right to go to school and to be admitted, and with this computerized system, it is not like previously, how there used to be a face-to-face interaction of students and admission officers in various secondary schools, so that you'll be able to have a first-hand interaction with the student before admitting the students. Now we have a computerized system where students can be sent to any school, and at the moment, these very students have been sent to Chimota School. But the debate has gone beyond this Rastafarians. Now it has gone to other schools, also rejecting Muslim students who are also in veils, which is also a problem when you come to look at the Constitution that states that everybody, whether your religion, irrespective of your religion, we should be allowed to be educated. So I think the best way to go, as the Minister of Education is here, is for the authorities of the school to sit down with the parents of the students, so that they will come into a conversation. Because the child cannot be denied admission on the basis of wearing a long hair. Equally, the school authorities to rules and regulations on the conduct of the students too cannot also be undermined. So it is an open conversation that the students, parents, and the authorities of the students of the school should be able to come to discuss this issue. If you look at Ghana, Ghana is one of the first countries to have ratified the Convention on the Right of the Child. And it has made it clear that the child has the right to education. So for the fact that you are having a long hair, even though I disagree with what Honorable the Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram said, which is actually, in my own view, contravene our standing orders when he described the headmistress of also wearing an artificial long hair. I think that it is in breach of Order 93(2), because that is not a very good made against the headmistress of the school. The person is not here, and when you make such statement, it is attacking the person's personality, and it is completely uncalled for. So I would rather conclude by actually saying that there is more to this Rastafarianism. Rastafarianism is a social movement, and it is how you be able to interpret what the social movement is. So on this note, I'll call on the Minister of Education, who will be making a statement, and the Ghana Education Service, NAGRAT, and the school authorities to have a roundtable discussion, because I strongly believe that the children their right to admission into the school. Likewise, the school authorities' laws and code of conduct should also not be undermined. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let him give opportunity to First Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. First, the statement by a member of the floor. I didn't listen to the statement myself, but I had the opportunity to listen to contributions by colleagues. And indeed, I followed discussions in the media, mainstream media, and the social media on this issue, which originally started as a local issue, but is now becoming national because it generated discussion across the country. First, I'm worried when we interpret the refusal of Achimota School to admit the young man into the school as a denial of his right to education. I beg to differ. Now, every young Ghanaian person has a right to enter Achimota School, but it is only those who attain a certain pass mark who are allotted that school. It doesn't mean that those who do not attain those pass marks have been denied the rights to school at Achimota. No. So the condition is that the young man has been offered admission at Achimota School, having obtained the appropriate grade. Now, the only thing is that the school has rules and regulations. You can use this school for your training if you abide by these rules and regulations. Does that amount to denying him or the young man a right to education? That is the question we must answer. He has participated, he has qualified, he has actually been sent to that school. Achimota School as well. This school, our Board of Governors has made these rules, and you must comply with them. If you choose not to comply with them, I don't think it should lie in your mouth to say that I have been denied education. Achimota School is one of the schools in the country. There may be others which may be willing to overlook. Those are the rules made by the governors, the school. I was not fortunate to obtain admission to any of those big schools. But even in my small job in secondary school, my headmaster, Mr. Daniel Atakrame, so rest in peace, was so strict on wearing your shirt and buttoning up to the one before neck dismissed if you did not button up to the necktie. That was the rules of the school. And they always put there, a breach of common sense is a breach of school rule. That's how the school was brought up. And students in that school were brought up. But I also get worried about the attempt to rope in Rastafarianism as a religion. If we do, then we complicate the matters for the young man. The reason is this. If you study Rastafarianism, it involves the smoking of weed. It includes the smoking of weed. And weed is an illegal substance. It is not a substance that is permitted to be smoked. So, indeed, if you recall, in this house, one of the persons that have been brought before this house for contempt of parliament was one person claiming to be a Rastafarian who was on air and said that members of parliament smoke weed. He was brought in this house, he was put before the privileges committee, and he was found guilty of contempt of parliament. He was brought here and he was made to apologize and told to go and say no more in this house. Now, I think that references to religion and so on may complicate the matters for the young man. If you look at it from the point of view of, does Achimota School have the right to prescribe a way of dressing appearance for its school, including hairstyle? If you look at it plainly from that point of view, we can discuss the matter across board. And I hold no opinion on that one. Just that if we bring in religion, I'm afraid that we complicate the matters. For those of you who are lawyers, the particular case which was popular, I always remember Professor Kwame when we come to that case, called Kwame and Sanya versus the Republic. It was a sect. They say they have found the tree of life. And members were encouraged to smoke the weed as part of their worship, the tree of life. They were arrested, prosecuted, and was found guilty. Later he appealed, and he said, well, I know I've heard of weed as a banned substance, but what I have found is this. I didn't know it was weed. So the issue became whether ignorance of fact, whether it's an offense. Ignorance of law is known to be no defense, but ignorance of fact, that whether you don't know, if you don't know that this is weed and you smoke it, you can be accused of smoking weed. So let's not get into those battles anymore. Let's focus on, is Achimota School entitled to make rules and regulations as it is? Is the governing board the authority that has the power to make the rules as have been stated? If so, is that the appropriate arrangement we want for our country? But I think it only gives us an opportunity to probably review some of the things we have held there, some of the things we have allowed to fester over the years. But by and large, encouraging discipline and obeisance to rules is extremely. Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, looking around us, one of the least things Ghanaians do is voluntarily obeying rules. You can look at what happens here in our office block. You see there boldly printed, MPs only, nobody. You look around here, everywhere the rules are clearly stated, no parking, they will park there. So we should look at it from that point of view also. Are we going to encourage this respect for rules? If not, is that an appropriate rule? I always have a problem. If you don't agree with the rules, change it. But if it's a rule, then you're bound to obey it. Mr. Speaker, my view is that this matter has engaged the country for too long. It is a critical individual matter. We are making it a national issue. It is important for the young man, but I think that the GES and the ministry should be left to manage it locally. Let's think big. This country has way so many important things to discuss. Let's think big and focus on the bigger things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me give the final opportunity to the Sector Minister to react and to take cognizance of the fact of the raging debate going on in the country and what has transpired here. But before then, I would like to direct that sitting be extended. It's getting to 2 o'clock. Minister, you can take on.
Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I commend my honourable colleague, Honourable Samuel Kudeta Blakwa of North Tongu for the well-researched and eloquently presented statement. Mr. Speaker, Achimota has been a beacon of hope for many young men and women. Achimota has been defined by its history of inclusion. Achimota is the school that travels around the length and breadth of Ghana recruiting students. And they have a story to tell of how Achimota changed them and made them leaders who have led this country and led their families, led their communities, and have done a fantastic job in various professions. Achimota is defined by a history of inclusion, history that has given hope to many, as I have said. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Education Service provides opportunity for all students to blossom and to have quality education. Mr. Speaker, I understand the argument that is raging in this country. I can understand where everyone is coming from in terms of the convictions that they have for or against the debate that we are talking about. But, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that Ghana Education Service, within the shortest possible time, is going to lay out specific guidelines for head of schools as to how we proceed in this environment. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that meetings have been had, others are ongoing, the ministry facilitating to make sure that our students operate in an environment where they give up their best, not just to themselves but to this nation. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has directed great investment to be made by this country in education of students who have benefited from free senior high school. But that is an access issue. He is now looking at quality. We're talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM centers being built across the country, the curriculum being changed to reflect computing, and other important aspects of work in school. That is what this government is about, and this government is about ensuring that education becomes that vehicle for socio-economic transformation, and that Ghana competes just like any country in this world. That is what has preoccupied us at the Ministry of Education, that we can bring the President's vision into reality, that we will be able to increase the gross tertiary enrollment by 2030 to 40%. That is our major preoccupation. Any other thing that comes up, we'll make sure that the distraction is removed and that students can learn and that teachers can teach and that parents will have the peace of mind to also guide their students. So, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the ministry is not sleeping at the wheel. The ministry is on top of this and will come to a conclusion that Ghanaians will respect. But I appeal to all that let us, irrespective of our emotions about this, let us calm down and understand Achimota, that great institution, has been an institution of inclusion and has never been an institution of exclusion. And Achimota will live up to its great expectation of educating the leaders of Ghana. It will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. So I want every Ghanaian to understand that at the end of the day, the vision of Achimota will forever live on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Statement time is ended. Honorable indication.
Speaker, if we may go back to item 6, presentation of papers, and then we take 6E, 6I, and 6H, I should say 6H, and then 6I for now. Speaker.
Item number 6, presentation of papers. Page 4. Item number E. The chairman.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to members. Page 5, item number H. Honorable Chairman.
Speaker, we can go on next to 6H.
All right. The same P5, 6H. Honorable Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Now,
Speaker, we can take, with your permit, 6I, after HI.
Item number 6I, page 5. The Chairman.
Report of the Joint Committee on Gender and Children and Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution to members.
Speaker, if we may go back to 6C.
Item 6C, page 4. Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and is for distribution to the members.
Speaker, we can also take, I've just been informed by the chair, we can also take 6A. A for Adam.
Honorable members, 6A, page 3. The Chairman.
Reports of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Works and Housing for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable Leader, any indication?
Speaker, with your permit, we can suspend for 2 hours, if you permit, Speaker.
Right Honourable Speaker, we have no objection to that.
Honorable members, the House is accordingly suspended for 2 hours. Sitting has been suspended for 2 hours. The time is 2 o'clock and we are coming here exactly 4 o'clock.
its entirety, whilst I take the observation and recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the ministry was unable to undertake a number of planned activities due to inadequate funding. Indeed, for 2021, the ministry requested a total of 197,073,599 cedis and 9 pesos, but has been allocated only 18.13 thereof, in the amount of 35,739,288 cedis. For keepers, 0.8% of the proposed.
The budget and the estimates of the Chieftaincy Ministry, it's obvious that we don't take the ministry seriously, Mr. Speaker, just as my colleague on the other side alluded to. The Chieftaincy Ministry plays a very vital role in our society. They are the custodian of our history, our culture, and our belief systems. That's in the chiefs. Yet, their funds are woefully inadequate. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, they had nothing for capex. Therefore, couldn't do any investment whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2021, there was a slight improvement. They requested for 141 million, but got a little over 1.1 million. That's just about 0.8%. Mr. Speaker, the Chieftaincy Ministry plays a very vital role in our society, especially when it comes to conflict prevention. And as we always say, prevention is better than cure. A few hours ago, we had our sister ministry here, the Ministry of Defense, and an approval of 2 billion was given them. Over 2 billion was approved to cure future conflicts. Meanwhile, the Chieftaincy Ministry is asking for a little over 197 million to prevent conflicts in the first place. Mr. Speaker, it tells you where our priorities lie. Perusing through the budget estimates, you realize that the ministry's focus has always been on the chieftaincy side, but their responsibility is beyond chieftaincy. It's chieftaincy and religious affairs. Mr. Speaker, the ministry raises no internally generated funds, no IGF whatsoever, which I sincerely believe is not the best. They have to be innovative and find resources. You cannot just be spending without bringing into the pot. So, Mr. Speaker, they should be looking out at how they would, in the future, raise resources, whether through a regulatory body that can register or even would manage all the over 60,000 registered churches that we have in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, even if we have 60,000 registered churches, as the statistics shows, and they are levying them even 5,000 cedis for their developmental work as managing the proliferation of churches. Mr. Speaker, that's over 300 million Ghana cedis that the Chieftaincy Ministry can have access to. All the other ministries like energy and co have regulatory bodies like the NPA. That helps them to raise funding for some of the activities that they do. The Chieftaincy Ministry should be also looking in that direction. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to support or urge my colleagues to support the amount of 35,739,287 Ghana cedis for the Chieftaincy, for the Ministry of Chieftaincy and religious bodies to carry its activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, permit me, we have so many, so I gave each side one opportunity. So I will have to put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. that this Honorable House has accordingly approved a sum of 35,739,287 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2021. Respectfully, Majority Leader.
Speaker, can we deal with item number 9? Page 7 of the order paper.
Item number 9, motion, page 7.
Speaker, I beg to move that His Honorable House approve the sum of 46,597,107 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Speaker, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice has the mandate to investigate complaints of violations of fundamental human rights and freedoms, injustice, corruption, abuse of power, and unfair treatment by a public officer in the exercise of his or her official duties. Speaker, they also investigate complaints concerning the functioning of the public services, the administrative services of the Office of the Regional Coordinating Councils, district assemblies, the armed forces, the police service, and the prison service, insofar as the complaints relate to the administrative organs of the state relating to failure to achieve a balanced structuring or equal access by all citizens into the outfit. Speaker, they investigate complaints concerning practices and actions by persons, private enterprises, and other institutions where those complaints allege violations of fundamental rights and freedoms under the Constitution. They also investigate instances of alleged or suspected corruption and the misappropriation of public monies by officials, and to take appropriate steps, including reports to the Attorney General and the Auditor General resulting from such investigation. They investigate complaints of human rights violations by persons and institutions in both private and public sectors, and investigate complaints and allegations of corruption and misappropriation of public resources. Mr. Speaker, it is for these and other defined sanctions that the Commission for the fiscal year of 2021 has a sum of 46,597,107 Ghana cedis. Speaker, and I would want to call on members to be supportive in approving of this allocation to the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. I so submit and I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in so doing, I will present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, in presenting the committee's report, I would like to read the salient point and entreat the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, following the presentation of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the year ending 3rd December 2021 by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Leader for Government Business, Honorable Osei Chieftaincy, on Friday, 12 March 2021, the Right Honorable Speaker referred to one annual estimate for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAG, to the Special Budget Committee for consideration and report in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 144 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee met and deliberated upon the estimates together with the officials from the SHRAG. And Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I will jump over the mandate of the Commission, jump over the 2020 performance, and go to the achievements, partial achievements of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, under achievements of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, under human rights, under management and administration, the Commission developed a new strategic plan for 2021 to 2025, and then 45% completion of work on the reconstruction of the bench chamber of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, they strengthen the regional and district offices and improve upon the service delivery of SHRAG. Mr. Speaker, they opened regional offices in the 6 new regions. They recruited 51 new staff, purchased 3 new vehicles, and acquired a variety of furniture and office established a new number of their offices. Mr. Speaker, on the human rights, the following were achieved. They conducted rapid assessment of the impact of COVID-19 related stigma and discrimination of the vulnerables in the society. They put in place community arrangement in deprived communities in Accra to create awareness on the stigma and discrimination using various media. They created community safe spaces to facilitate reporting of and response to stigma and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, under investigation, they investigated 7,334 human rights complaints and carried out 2,738 public education and sensitization activities on human rights across the country.
Honorable, may you skip those things and go to the conclusion?
Mr. Speaker, under anti-corruption activities, they did very well there, and I would like to read that one. Mr. Speaker, NACAD and anti-corruption activities. They couldn't. Okay, I'll skip that one, and go straight to observation. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed the following. 1. Inadequate personnel. The committee was informed that due to lack of office accommodation, SHRAG is unable to provide adequate personnel in some districts in the country, in contravention of Article 220 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 10 of the SHRAG Act 1993, Act 456. The Speaker, Article 220 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides that there shall be established in each region and district regional branches of the Commission. The Speaker, SHRAG is unable to carry out this because of inadequate funding and lack of office accommodation. The committee was informed that the Commission has offices in all the 16 regions in the country. However, only 100 out of the 260 districts in the country have offices. The Speaker, the committee therefore urges the current and future government to endeavor to put an end to this constitutional aberration by resourcing SHRAG adequately to enable them open offices in all the other districts in the country. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, having carefully examined the 2021 annual budget estimate of the Commission on Administrative Justice, wish to recommend to the House to adopt the report of the committee and approve the sum of 46,597,000 107 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the financial year ended 31st December 2021. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm inviting one from each side.
Speaker, I rise in support of the motion. And I will be brief as my honorable colleague had exhausted the key issues and portions of the report. First of all, let me speak to page 5 of the report, Management Administration, Speaker, and the report says, the SHRAG continues reconstruction work at the head office. I know a bit of history to this reconstruction work. And Speaker, I recall in the 7th Parliament, I served on the Committee of Special Budget, and this matter came up strongly. I think it's been lingering on for far too long. And I will urge the management and leadership of the institution to expedite action and deal with this forthwith. Speaker, the matter related to weakness in Asset Declaration Act, that's Act 550, comes up strongly in the report. And I think in our quiet life, we've had cause to complain and to make comments to this effect. It's important this matter is highlighted enough attention it needs, and the necessary amendments proposed accordingly to deal with the supposed loophole that exists in the Act. Speaker, on the face value of all this, I think that more often SHRAG had been heard of, and I recognize the achievement as captured in the report. More often, SHRAG had been heard of when key political actors are in the news, and then we hear of SHRAG and it ends there. I don't think that is how it's supposed to be. SHRAG would also have to expand their scope of activities. Every Ghanaian matter and anything related to human rights abuses and anything relevant to their core mandate, they need to focus on that and not necessarily focusing on key political actors. I think if you're able to do this, it will be more encompassing, and Ghanaians will have more belief and confidence in SHRAG as an independent state institution, they seeming to focus on key political actors. Speaker, with these words, I want to support the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Afejetu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to also support the motion on the floor of the House that this Honorable House or August House approves the budget for a very important institution like the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Right Honorable Speaker, I would just lay emphasis on the need for the various district offices to be well equipped with both office equipment and also staffing. In most of the districts where they have offices, they do not have even their own office. They share those offices with maybe the assembly, or they just have a corridor somewhere. They are, when you go to Tema, they are in a very dilapidated building around Community 2 area over there. So the committee, in discussing this budget, saw the need for the House or for us to add our voices, the leadership of the House to add their voice to make sure that they are giving the warrant to recruit staff for the rest of the 165 districts where they have no offices at all, and also recruit men and women to fill in the gaps at the existing district offices. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very important institution that when the government takes good care and gives them all that they need to enable them work, they will also be able to do their work effectively, efficiently, devoid of any influence from any political figure. On that note, I support that the budget for the Commission and Administrative Justice be approved. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At the conclusion of the debate, I put the question, and the question is in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This honorable House, therefore, has accordingly approved the sum of 46,597,107 cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year ending 31st December 2021. Respectfully, Leader.
This week I will deal with item 19.
Item number 19, page 9, motion. Minister for National Security.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move Honorable House approves the sum of 871,837 cedis for the services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Committee Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion. And indeed, I want to make just one correction with the figures. The total amount for the allocation is 872,851,837 Ghana cedis. It was 251,000, but it's 851,000. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead your Mr. Speaker, the mistake is in the report, not on the other paper. After this correction, Mr. Speaker, I will crave your indulgence to read the introduction and the recommendation, since we don't have time. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Osei Mensah-Bonsu, presented a 2021 budget statement and economic plan of government to Parliament on Friday, 12 March 2021. Pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and Orders 144 and 158 of Standing Orders of the House, the annual budget estimate of the Ministry of National Security was referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met on Tuesday, 22nd March 2021, with the Honorable Minister responsible for National Security, Mr. Kandapa, the Chief Director, Lieutenant Colonel Srebo, and technical team from the Ministry of National Security, as well as officials from the Ministry of Finance, to deliberate on the 2021 budget of the Ministry. The committee is grateful to the Honorable Minister and all the officials of their cooperation. The following documents were used as reference guide during the committee's deliberation: the 1992 Constitution, the Standing Orders of the Parliament, the Budget Statement and Economic Policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2020 financial year, the Budget Statement of the Economic Policy of Ghana 2021 financial year, petition, the draft annual estimate of the Ministry of National Security in 2021. Mr. Speaker, I want to read the recommendation whilst I leave the rest observations for other members. Recommendation and conclusion. The committee therefore recommends that adequate funding be allocated to the ministry to implement its programs and activities effectively and efficiently. The shortfalls in allocations continuously disrupt the implementation of the program of activities of the ministry, since its budgetary requirements are based on the costing of its programs and activities. An increment in the allocation to the ministry will consequently ensure an improvement in the quality of the security in the country. The committee accordingly the sum of 851,000 837 Ghana cedis be approved for the Ministry of National Security for the 2021 financial year, respectively submitted.
Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motions ably moved by the Minister responsible for national security. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for National Security is a very important ministry which is charged with the responsibility of coordinating the affairs of our security and intelligence agencies. Currently, Mr. Speaker, we are faced with emerging threats, very serious threats such as terrorism on our northern frontier. We have problems with our maritime domain. We have challenges with cybersecurity. However, one of the major challenges of the Ministry for National Security is the inadequate budgetary allocation, perennial inadequate budgetary allocation for the execution of its mandate. Mr. Speaker, if we consider the fact that presently we even have a framework for combating terrorism and violent extremism in our country and a new national security strategy, you would appreciate the point that there is urgent need for adequate budgetary allocation to be made for the Ministry for National Security to execute its mandate. Going through the figures, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that we have to look beyond this budget if we are to be able to finance the activities of the National Security Ministry, to be able to defend us adequately against the threat of terrorism and violent extremism. So it is important that these figures be approved as an interim measure, but moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we need to up our game. In the neighboring countries, Burkina Faso is a clear example. The country has been taken over by bandits and terrorists. We don't want to wait. They are days on us. So, Mr. Speaker, all I would say is that we have to up our game and provide the ministry with the much-needed resources to protect all of us. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I will invite one from each side. Yes.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion.
Leader, I haven't caught you.
I have not caught your attention.
No. Honorable member for Infantiman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion before the floor to approve the estimated budget for the operations of the national security. Mr. Speaker, the national security has 5 agencies to initiate and formulate policies to ensure effective and efficient management of security issues, as well as coordinate and evaluate. Mr. Speaker, security is key to the development of a country. That is why our national security apparatus ought to be resourced for effectiveness in the defense of our nation. Mr. Speaker, this agency is mandated in the collection of intelligence gathering, and data gathering, and as such cannot be trampled upon when it comes to safeguarding the peace and security of our country. Mr. Speaker, the peace we are enjoying in the country is as a result of intelligence gathering, which hindered and sometimes thwarts the efforts of nation records in their bid to destabilize the country. As our honorable member just said about the Togo secessionists whose efforts were thwarted due to intelligence gathering. Mr. Speaker, I therefore second the motion that the national security, their mandate is key to the peace we are enjoying in the country. They've been mandated to propel tolerance, stability, and peace in Ghana and the sub-region. I therefore endorse the motion and encourage all and sundry to accept and approve the budget for the operations of the agency. Thank you.
Honorable B.T. Baba. Honorable, your constituency. Okay. Currency. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the budget estimates for the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Speaker, as already outlined, the importance of national security cannot be overemphasized. We all know what is happening in the sub-region, and therefore the operations of the National Security Ministry becomes paramount to safeguard this nation. Unfortunately, the budget allocation in previous years, and this year in particular, have not been adequate. Last year, the committee had to put in a strong case for the Ministry of Finance to ring-fence the outstanding budgetary allocation which was approved towards the end of the year. That was in 2019. And that was ring-fenced for them, and they were able to carry out their activities. Regrettably, this year, the allocations have been reduced. And in percentage terms, it looks like we want them to underperform, whilst in actual sense, we want them to improve upon their performance. Personal emoluments or compensation even has been reduced. You come to goods and services, the percentage is too high, to the extent that even the purchase of operational vehicles and equipment will become a serious challenge to the ministry in this particular financial year. I would therefore like to urge the Ministry of Finance that in their midterm review, they should consider what the Ministry for National Security requested for. That is what will make them operationally efficient. But if you reduce what they have requested for to a certain level, it means that you are expecting them not to perform to the optimum. They will perform up to the allocations granted them, and that will mean that the nation is going to suffer in their performance. Mr. Speaker, budgetary allocations everywhere for security operations are enormous, and this country cannot deny the National Security Ministry of the needed funds to be able to contribute to their core mandate. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House the motion on floor for the approval of the estimates which have been stated and captured in the order paper number 19, page 9 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister responsible for Finance Ministry, Majority Leader, it appears I've listened to the contributors, and all of them are talking about slashing of the budget. So if you can look at it again, they are all talking about slashing of the budgetary allocation to the Ministry of National Security. So look at it again.
Yes, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the concerns expressed by colleagues in respect of a major threat that's confronting this country, especially from the northern flank. And we really need to retool and reshape and restructure our forces to confront the threat. For that reason, it will certainly become imperative that we find a way to retool the security agencies. Speaker, in the course of the year, something serious would have to happen by way of retooling our security forces. And in that regard, there is a meeting that's even being organized tomorrow involving some members of the Committee on Defense and Interior, the Finance Committee, Foreign Affairs, and Leadership for some very important briefing which would enable us decide as a country the protection and indeed holding fast to the stability and integrity of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the issues raised by my colleagues, but Parliament would take the appropriate steps in conjunction with the executive to do what is needful. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Leader. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And therefore, this House has accordingly approved the sum of 872,851,837 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st, 2021.
Honorable Speaker, we are most grateful to the House, and we are equally grateful for the observations that were made by members who contributed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Respectfully, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, item number 38. Item 38.
38.
That is so, Mr. Speaker. Page 13.
Item number 38, page 13 of today's order paper. Motion. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House approves the sum of 481,667,473 Ghana cedis for the services of the Audit Service for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service exists to audit the public accounts of Ghana and all public offices and report on the findings and recommendations to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to emphasize this point, that the Audit Service and indeed the Auditor General should submit their reports to Parliament. And until they do that, their own functions remain incomplete. So that point should be made, that the chain should not be broken, where before the reports come to Parliament, the service has a very disingenuous way of leaking reports to the general public. And in many instances, when they come, it's found out that some mistakes have occurred. The people who are affected are taken to the cleaners and bastardized. And then the Audit Service comes to Parliament and render apology to those people. It's the reason why we should join ranks to ensure that the proper thing is done. When they finish their reports, they should submit those reports to Parliament. And until they do so, their responsibility is incomplete. Speaker, the audit, the half-year financial statements of the foreign and payments or transfers prepared by the Bank of Ghana and report the findings and recommendations to Parliament. They also are required to carry out in the public interest such special audits or reviews as the Auditor General considers necessary and submit reports to Parliament. They ensure that the auditing activities of the Audit Service as spelled out in the Audit Service Act are carried out in accordance with international best practices. They monitor the use and management of all public funds, ensure value for money, and report to Parliament. This covers all constitutional creatures and statutory or any other body or organization established by an Act of Parliament. Ensure the effective implementation of the assets and liabilities or the asset and liability regime established by and indeed under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, the Audit Service has been allocated an amount of 481,667,473 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the amount allocated as is known to all would be insufficient to deal with their responsibilities. But as is usual, they are required to operate within a very tight regime. And it's for that reason, Speaker, that I still move that the House approves this sum for the service of the Audit Service for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Speaker, I so submit and I so move.
Honorable Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, in presenting it, I beg to seek your leave and that of the House to read the introduction, observation, and conclusion by treating the Hunger Department to capture the entire report as having been read in the House. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Ofechi Mensah-Posu, presented the budget statement and economic policy of the government for 2021 financial year to the Parliament on Friday, 12 March 2021, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21(3) of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. The estimates of the Audit Service were subsequently referred to the Special Budget Committee for consideration and report, in accordance with Order 1404 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, for the execution of the mandate of the Audit Service for 2021, an amount of 481,667,473 Ghana cedis has been allocated to the Audit Service for its activities in 2021 financial year. Observation. Mr. Speaker, the committee made the following observations and recommendations during its meetings with the Audit Service. 1. Timely release of budgetary allocation. The committee noted that contrary to the arrangement between the Audit Service and the Ministry of Finance, brokered by the Special Budget Committee, for an upfront release of at least 50% of the appropriation of goods and services which relate to the core activity of the audit service at the beginning of each year to enable it carry out duties. The Ministry of Finance continue to release funds to the audit service on quarterly basis. The committee noted that audits are seasoned in nature, and the audit service required complete Mr. Speaker, the audit service is required to complete each month's audit and submit reports to Parliament by 30th June each year. This requires that funds should be released timeously for the audit service to carry out its statutory duties in the first quarter of each year. Mr. Speaker, the Acting Auditor General informed the committee that the primary challenge of the audit service during the year under review was irregular and untimely release of funds, which affected the ability of the audit service to effectively perform its duties. Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the release of funds to the audit service could cause some audit to fall in arrest, and this would delay the effort made by the holders of public offices to be accountable to the use of their resources entrusted under their care. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore urges the Ministry of Finance to release at least 50% of the appropriation for goods and services which relates to the core activity of the audit service at the beginning of each year to enable it carry its duties. Mr. Speaker, the second observation was that the status of the KFW support to the audit service. The committee noted that included in the capital expenditure, and Mr. Speaker, this was very serious. Included in the capital expenditure allocation of the audit service was a loan facility amounting to a total CD equivalent of 13.5 million euros, secured in 2017 from KF to enable the audit service meet some of its infrastructure requirements, except an amount of 646,125 Ghana cedis, which was assessed in 2018 to meet the goods and services expenditure needs of the service. The capital expenditure component remains unutilized. The service is unable to assess the capital expenditure component of the facility for 4 years running. Officials from the audit service explained to the committee that the facility was meant for the construction of 25 offices for the audit service, 23 district offices and 2 regional offices. However, delays in assessing the facility and increasing costs means that the facility can only construct 19 new offices instead of the 25. Mr. Speaker, I think this was a serious observation, and the audit of finance is being entreated to enable the audit service to be able to access this money to be construct the 19 offices as early as possible. The last observation was in relation to special audits. The service initiated certain special audit on some selected rules. The committee is of the view that this should be expanded to include other road infrastructure. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the audit service is responsible for the preparation of promotion of good governance and financial accountability through its audit functions. In line with this mandate, the service conducts annual audit of all corporations, departments, and agencies that draw on or controls public funds. This function is aimed at ensuring that public funds are judiciously used and accounted for to ensure that the citizenry derive the desired benefit from the successful and efficient performance of this statutory function of the audit service requires the allocation and release of financial resources to support the audit service. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the above, the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the sum of 481,667,473 Ghana cedis for of the programs of the audit service for the year 2021 financial year. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Leader. The motion has been moved and seconded. I will invite contribution from each side, one, then the leadership may also have their bite. Honorable Member for Afajatu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the report we are discussing on the floor of the House now. I rise to also support the motion that we give approval to an amount of 481,667,473 as the amount to be disbursed or allocated or released to the audit service to enable them do their work as it's desired to do. During our engagement with the audit service, we realized that the loan facility that they acquired to build 25 office complex or offices in the various districts have reduced or will reduce to 19 because of the inability of the finance department or the ministry to give them the money for the project to start. The reason given was that the AG department was of the view that the fact that need for an external contractor to supervise the project, that means that the finance ministry needed an approval from Parliament for the fund to be disbursed to the audit service. Because of that, this money has been sitting in the account and depreciated or devalued to the point that instead of us getting 25 officers for the audit service, we are going to get 19. And we also noted with grave concern that at the various assemblies, because the districts are the landlords of the auditors, they finally listening to them more than their bosses, because their stationery is being provided by the assembly. Everything they need, their rounds, most often, is being facilitated by the DCE and the assembly. So the committee is of the view that the finance ministry should, as a matter of agency, come to Parliament for the necessary approval for them to be able to build the 19 offices. Again, we also realized that their allocations are always delayed. Even after our leaders intervened on their behalf, they still receive their releases very late. We know that the audit service activity are seasonal, and so therefore, if you give them money in September when they are doing their audit from March to June, they will end up not being able to report to this House on time. So we appeal to the various sector minister or the finance minister, incoming one, to do better for the audit service so that they can check our books on time and report to this honorable House also on time. The committee unanimously approved or recommends to this House to approve this budget for the Audit Ministry, Audit Service. On that, move and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for the contribution to the motion that the budget estimates for the Ghana Audit Service for an amount of 481,667,473 be approved for the activities and operations of the Audit Service. Mr. Speaker, a very important constitutional body created under the Constitution to exert accountability in terms of the use of public resources and public money. They supervise our asset declaration regime. And Mr. Speaker, in contributing to this motion, let me refer you to page 14, expanding the scope of asset declaration regime. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we need to reform and revise our current asset declaration regime. Everywhere in the world, unexplained wealth is criminalized. Unexplained wealth is criminalized. If you have wealth that you cannot explain for it and account for it, the assumption is that it's not been acquired lawfully and probably may be proceeds from acts of abuse or corruption. So as a country, we need to take a strong position to review our asset declaration regime and to further criminalize unexplained wealth. When you have public officials have huge sums of money sit in their...
Honorable members, order. Order, there's too much noise.
That's not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, let me now deal with the matter of Audit Service. They have some facility from KFW's support to the Audit Service. They are not able to utilize the money because the Ministry of Finance and the Attorney General are yet to resolve an issue whether the matter be brought back to Parliament or not. My advice is that as soon as the two ministers should resolve it, it gives the Audit Service 13.5 million, which can help them on some expenditure which will be capital related. Mr. Speaker, this is the third year we are reporting on the non-utilization of this amount. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is no Auditor General. The President, we are told, asked the Auditor General to proceed on leave. In my view, it is not the best of decisions. Accountable institutions, independent institutions, we are not setting a good precedent, and tomorrow somebody may ask some other person somewhere to proceed on leave prior to retirement. It doesn't help governance in this country. It doesn't help throwing sunshine on corruption. It doesn't help throwing sunshine on misappropriation, and embezzlement of public resources. The bane of annual reports of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General assured us that he will conduct some audits on road construction, on procurement, on matters of COVID. That is encouraging to hear. Mr. Speaker, for 2020, the Auditor General said that for some reason, they could not conduct audits in Ghana's foreign missions. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude finally on page 14, paragraph 6.5. Government partners support to the Audit Service, an amount of 34,195,253. The Audit Service could not explain what the essence of this particular provision was. I understand that is some grant from the U.S. government supported by USAID. The USAID GSAMA project, purpose of it, the United States Agency for International Development in collaboration with the government of Ghana and CARE International is implementing a 5-year project from 2015 to 2020, now extended to 2022 under the name Ghana Strengthening Accountability Mechanism. I requested for this report from the Auditor General to justify the inclusion of the 34.195253 million. So the 34 million will be added to their capex. At least 50 district assemblies will have some audits carried out. But it was disappointing that at committee level, the Audit Service could not explain what this 34 million grant coming from the U.S. government for capex was to be provided for. They've just brought me the explanation to satisfy its inclusion. Mr. Speaker, so the Audit Service, there are matters to resolve. The Supreme Court has given a ruling against the letter and spirit of the Constitution in Article 187, I believe, where he suggests in advance of Parliament even considering the report. That is not the way to go. Convicting the innocent. You make findings of a person even before Parliament considers the finding. You are already gone public on it. We need to take a position on this particular matter. I trust that the Auditor General remains a strong, viable institution in our anti-corruption effort, our anti-abuse of public office effort, and every year over 1 to 2 billion is lost in the Auditor General report. We cannot continue business as usual. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I support the approval of the motion. Thank you.
Yes, majority. Majority leadership.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion, which motion is for us to approve the budget, the estimate of the Audit Service. Mr. Speaker, may I simply state that the Auditor General's office, and for that matter, the Audit Service, has a responsibility in fighting corruption. That is correct, and that is constitutional. But, Mr. Speaker, the zeal to exercise a mandate must be so done within the confines of the law. Most times we are in a hurry to persecute and call names. I will say that considering the year-on-year improvement in respect of funds allocated to the Audit Service, if you look at compensation, you could see clearly that the government is so committed to helping them with. They've been given the space to recruit quite a lot. It is important for them to allow for due process in all their actions. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you hurriedly go to the media, only to realize that the one at the receiving end was denied his right of fair hearing. Mr. Speaker, you cannot repair any damage caused thereto. I therefore would strongly to the call on the Audit Service, the Auditor General, to follow due process, exercise their zeal, but limited within the confines of the law, and make Ghana a better place. Having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation at all in inviting colleagues to approve of the sum as allocated to that agency. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the space afforded me. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. With your leave, suffice to say that the motion was moved by the Honorable Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business, but Honorable Member for Afajeto again moved for, though it's superfluous to move the motion again, but I think she wanted to say she strongly supports the motion. She has of late become a woman of procedure, so I appreciate her zeal for procedure. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much indeed. You may put the question.
Honorable Member, you are not invited. Thank you, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. And therefore, this House has accordingly approved the sum of 481,667,473 for the services of the Audit Service for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, attention has been drawn to the fact that one report in respect of item listed 6L is ready, so it could be late. L. 6L. L for Liberia. L.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimate of the Office of Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report has been duly presented and is for distribution to members. Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, motion listed as item 25.
20.
Item 25 on page 11.
Item number 25, page 11. Motion. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I want to move the motion on behalf of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Speaker.
You can carry on.
Speaker. Oh. Speaker, I beg to move that the House approves the sum of 15,658,160 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is given the responsibility of providing legal aid to indigents through the representation of clients in courts, the utilization of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and by legal advice and education. They also provide legal aid to persons with reasonable grounds to take, defend, prosecute, or to be party to proceedings related to the Constitution in accordance with Clause 1 of Article 294 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there are several cases in the country which require legal aid commission to provide assistance to. And it is for this reason that an amount of 50,658,160 Ghana cedis has been allocated to the legal aid for the performance of their responsibilities for the 2021 fiscal year. And I invite colleagues to approve of the report and indeed the allocation to the Legal Aid Commission in order for it to be able to discharge it effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? The committee chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion, and in so doing, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Hansa Department captures the entire report whilst I read an excerpt from the report. Mr. Speaker, this is a very self-explanatory report. The only thing that I would want you out after observation is 11.2, which has the title Drastic Reduction in 2021 Compensation of Votes. I've just held a meeting with my ranking member together with representation from Ministry of Finance, and they actually told us that yes, there appears to be some mistake, but that have been rectified already. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee fully appreciates the understaffing, office accommodation, vehicular challenges which have been plaguing the Legal Aid Commission over a long period of time, thus affecting the effective delivery of its mandate of delivering quality legal service to the poor and vulnerable in the society. Despite the critical need for the services of the committee, budget allocation continues to dwindle at each budget cycle, thereby compounding the existing problems. It was envisaged that the elevation of the legal aid from a department under the Ministry of Justice to an independent commission would afford it an enhanced budgetary allocation. But the committee noted the same treatment in the 2021 allocation of the commission. The committee strongly urges the Ministry of Finance to make additional allocations in the supplementary budget to the commission to take care of the shortfall in the budgetary allocation to compensation, goods and services, and capers to enable the Office of the Legal Aid Commission procure enough vehicles and logistics to help in the efficient delivery of its constitutional mandate. Accordingly, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve a sum of 15,658,160 cedis for the activities of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the 2021 financial year. With respect, I submit this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Now the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the report that this Honorable House approves the sum of 50,658,160 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is a very important agency under the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, the functions of the Legal Aid Commission cannot be again said. They performed a very important function under Article 294 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the performance of that constitutional function, they are also supposed to provide legal services for the poor and vulnerable. They are not only to perform the legal services for the poor and the vulnerable, but they are supposed to provide quality legal services to the poor and the vulnerable, so as to promote equal access to justice. Mr. Speaker, my heart always bleeds when I look at the estimate and of the Office of the Legal Aid, which is supposed to perform this invaluable function for the indigents in our country. Mr. Speaker, in the year under review, the report is telling us that the budgetary allocation for compensation 6,796,030 cedis and 20 pesos. But in actual fact, the expenditure on compensation amounts to a whopping 21,811,163 cedis, 14 pesos. From 6 million to about 22 million. It means that after the passage of the Legal Aid Commission Act, a lot has happened. They've been able to harmonize the salary scale of the workers at the Legal Aid Commission. And I believe some arrears has been paid to them in order to see to it that the Office of the Legal Aid Commission operates well. However, in 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission, whose compensation was in excess of appropriation from 6 million to about 22 million, is now being allocated 13,978,596 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the difference between 13 million and 22 million is so huge. How is Legal Aid Commission going to manage the compensation when in the year under review an amount of 22 million was spent, and in the following year or ensuing year you are asking them to spend about 13 million on compensation? Either you are telling Ghanaians that the Legal Aid Commission must sack some of the existing staff that they have now, as a result of which the wages translated into about 22 million. And in the year 2021, they can only be able to manage 13 million for compensation if some employees are sacked. Mr. Speaker, this, I feel strongly, is not good enough. At least, if you accurately for this particular country, we should be able to budget near accuracy when it comes to issues relating to compensation. Because with issues relating to compensation, the number of employees that we have can be predetermined. And the number that we are even going to employ in the ensuing year, you should be able to know and budget accurately for it. So, Speaker, in considering the budget under review, not only in respect of Legal Aid Commission, we realize that there has been expenditure overrun when it comes to compensation. This House promulgated the Public Financial Management Act, and in Section 96, it's a criminal offense to spend in excess of what Parliament has approved. So expenditure in excess of appropriation is an offense which is punishable at least to 1 year imprisonment.
And in a situation, in a particular year, 2020, the budget allocation is 22 million, and you are reducing it to 13 million. How are they going to meet the expenditure in the year 2021 for their employees? The Legal Aid Commission Act, after its passage, makes it obligatory to have the offices of legal aid in all the districts that we have in this country. So it means that legal must have offices in all the regions, they must have offices in all the districts in this particular country. But look at the allocation for goods and services. For goods and services in 2021, they are only going to spend 529,560. An agency which is supposed to open district offices in all the districts in the country, how on earth can their goods and services be only 529,564 cities? This is clearly near impossibility, because there is no way by which an agency can operate, first establish and operate district offices in all the districts in Ghana using this amount of money. That is not all. Their CAPEX is only 1,150,000. Mr. Speaker, how can they operate in all the districts? So, Mr. Speaker, my plea is that Legal Aid Commission, it is on its knee begging. Mr. Speaker, danger beget Legal Aid Commission. It is the cry of distress that can summon relief for Legal Aid Commission. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I will invite one contributor from each side. So the contributor could be a leader or floor member. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo couldn't have put it any better than he did. A lawyer of many years in active practice, he knows what the ordinary Ghanaian suffers on the streets in search of justice. Mr. Speaker, my practice took me to Dunko on Ofin, a lower court, and what I saw there many years ago was that bad. Our Constitution has provided for legal aid, and if we are talking about the elevation of aid from department to a commission, obviously, we need to resource them. Law is not only practiced in Accra, and law is not only for the rich, but for those who cannot afford. Many people would want to access justice, but because they don't have the means. But Mr. Speaker, I take consolation from paragraph 12 of the report, and paragraph 12, or perhaps I would say point 12.0, third paragraph, at page, on number page, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. The committee strongly urges the Ministry of Finance to make additional allocations in the supplementary budget to the Commission to take care of the shortfall in the budgetary allocation to compensate and CAPEX, to enable the Office of the Legal Aid Commission procure enough vehicles and logistics to help in efficient delivery of its constitutional mandate. That is correct. I believe that the Finance Ministry will take note of this and act accordingly. We need legal aid offices in all districts. We need the poor to have confidence in the justice delivery system. But, Mr. Speaker, what is not clear in the report is whether or not within the period some of their staff resigned, leading to the compensation bit going down. Because, Mr. Speaker, obviously, if you don't have the numbers, you cannot provide for the payment of same. So I think a clarity on that will help. But that notwithstanding, it is obvious that they are challenged. In fact, there should be enough attraction at that place for young lawyers to even take up jobs there. If you don't have proper conditions of service, you don't have facilities, you don't expect people to take up employment there. Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, I think I fully adopt Honorable Anyafo's submissions as though they were mine, and urge this House to proceed with approval of the said amount as quoted by the report. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Medina, Honorable Francis Osu. Yes, I observed from afar with interest that he took delight in pro bono services to the needy. Honorable Member, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I sincerely appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion. I must say that issues of justice is at the heart of every democracy. And it is often said that if you want to assess the progress in any society, look at how it treats its most vulnerable people. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that the intention of the 1992 Constitution to establish legal aid is to fill in this gap for people who are very vulnerable and who do not have opportunities like others. And that is why matters of legal aid are very, very critical. Right Honorable Speaker, as someone who has followed issues of human rights over the last 10 years, I can say without a shadow of doubt that there are several people around the country that would benefit immensely from legal aid if they are properly resourced and Ghanaians can readily have access to them. And that is why I would support the motion and say that when you look at Table 1, you would realize that in 2020, 2 million Ghana cedis was allocated to the legal aid for its work. But then again, when you come for goods and services, however, when you come to paragraph 11.3, you would realize that the 2 million Ghana cedis has been reduced to 529,564 Ghana cedis. Clearly, Right Honorable Speaker, this in goods and services is not justifiable, given the role that the Legal Aid Commission is to play in our country. Right Honorable Speaker, Despite the very difficult conditions under which the Legal Aid Commission has been working, they have been able to make some remarkable achievements. And I'm making reference to paragraph 8 of the report. And it says that they've been able to complete 1,115 cases, which included matters of maintenance, divorce, manslaughter, murder, rape, defilement, among many others. Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe that if this commission is resourced, many Ghanaians would tend to benefit, and the sense of justice and fairness is going to increase in our society. As we speak now, the legal aid is supposed to service all the 16 regions of Ghana and all districts in Ghana. But they have almost about 34 lawyers. 34 lawyers be available to meet the needs of all this, several Ghanaians across the country who are in need of legal aid. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will plead that, and I will urge the House that in approving this, the Ministry of Finance will take cognizance of this concern that have been raised, so that in their revised budget, they can make adequate allocation for the Legal Aid Commission. With these few words, I second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. And therefore, this Honorable House has accordingly approved the sum of 15,658,160 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2021. Honorable Leader, respectfully.
Mr. Speaker, looks like we have to take an adjournment until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forum. Mr. Speaker, to appeal to the committee chairs, we have a backlog of more than 33 outstanding committee reports. Mr. Speaker, I will appeal to the leadership of the various committees that by tomorrow they should submit all the reports for us to be able to transact business on them. And tomorrow, if you have to close at 12 midnight, we shall close at 12 midnight. The committee leadership, especially the chairman, they should be much more up and doing than they have done. So I appeal to them that tomorrow I indicated to us that we shall have some very important meeting in the morning at 9:30. The Speaker, I guess the House will be in capable hands if those other committees will meet. The Appointment Committee will be continuing to complete what efforts they started today, and that other committee will be meeting. But the rest of the committees that have not finished their business, we should conclude them and submit their reports to the House tomorrow, so that we can do the business relating to the 34 remaining estimates. If you are not able to complete, certainly we'll continue on Saturday, to complete Saturday, because, Mr. Speaker, we should clear the day for the consideration of the taxes, the budget-related taxes. I think there are about 5 or 6 of them. We should be able to complete them, and then we pave the way for the appropriations on Tuesday. Once again, to appeal to committee chairs that tomorrow Every single one of them that is outstanding must be produced. And then we continue the consideration of estimates. I thank you very much.
Majority Leader, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to add to what the leader has said. Sometimes, even when the committees finish their work, printing also becomes another issue. So the clerk should also provide the necessary tools and the material for the printing room to ensure that they also do the printing on time, so that tomorrow by 10, at the time we are sitting, we should have enough reports to deal with. I'm sure if you're able to do about 20 reports tomorrow out of the 34, then we'll be on course. So just to alert the clerk at table to ensure that the printing is also done on time. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. The House is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow, Friday, 26th March 2021 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you very much for your cooperation.